Okay, welcome everybody. It's not Friday. Holy shit, I almost said it's Friday. Welcome to a Tuesday stream. Tuesday it is. Holy shit, I almost forgot. Welcome. We're gonna be doing a quick stream. I'm feeling like working a little bit on the tune from last Friday, and I figured why not just stream as well? So let's just stream that. I don't know how long today's stream is going to be. It's not going to be as long as on Friday, most likely. But I just want to get a couple of hours in. Maybe get started on the second half of the drop. Although the first half of the drop maybe needs a little bit more work, and it definitely needs some extra sound effects or stuff like that. But I definitely want to also get started maybe with the second half of the drop and figure out what sort of like the switch up is going to be in this drop. So I'll play you what we have so far. The intro definitely needs a bit of work. I don't know yet what the theme of the intro is going to be. Probably going to be something close to what the drop is doing, but I'll probably figure that out later. I think I want to get the drop structured out first and then maybe work on the breakdown after that, if we get to that today. But I'll play the whole thing first, and then we'll get started. Let's go. Let's get going. That's what we have right now. I worked a little bit on the drop since the last stream, and I kind of like what it's turning into now. Tweaked a little bit of the notes, and I also noticed that my CPU is getting absolutely crazy. This bass line is really asking quite a bit of my CPU right now. Is your live theme available somewhere? It is, actually. You can go to patreon.com/artifacts, and you can get my Ableton skin, including a lot more other stuff, production-related downloads, samples, presets, wavetables for Vital. What else do we have on there by now? Well, my Ableton skins, of course, the Ableton Rex that I do. What else do we have on there? I'm starting to lose track with the things that I posted on Patreon now. And there's also, because I'm working on a bunch of stuff for the upcoming month, so I also realized we have 2 days left. So I still have 2 days to export all of the samples from the sound design session. So I'm not sure if the sample pack is going to be out on the first day of the next month, but it might be the second or third day, depending on how quick I can export all of those samples. But I'm also working on the upcoming Rex release. I'm going to be doing a couple of more Rex. I already talked about in the last stream as well. But the Ableton theme is also on there, so if you want that one, you can find that on my Patreon. Cool. Yeah, the intro definitely is empty right now. There's a bunch of stuff that I turned off that I'm not entirely happy with. I was playing around a little bit with a violin thing in the intro, which I kind of like, but maybe with a different pattern. Kind of works with the bass, although I changed the bass, so maybe it doesn't work anymore, but let's see. Yeah, I'm not really digging that too much, so I'll just leave that in there for now, but we'll probably not use it. Yeah, and a bunch of stuff here. I've been playing around with these the chords in the intro because I think they sound too much like a saw wave, which is understandable because it is the saw wave, but I kind of want to make a little change, so I've been playing around a little bit with a couple of pads in Omnisphere. Oh, that's just a pluck. But that's more like a Prophet kind of pad, which I think could work. Like, I do like the saw pad towards the end of the build, so like, let's say the second half, or maybe even just that last part. So what I think could be really fun to do is maybe filter this one. Let's just do some low pass filtering on this, for instance. And really bring in that saw wave towards the end, maybe? Something like that. Where are you, saw wave? Really do something like this. Like here you don't even hear the saw wave, it only comes in this section. Where it almost doesn't have any high frequencies to begin with, so maybe just do a little thing here to kind of accentuate this automation. Maybe even close it down further here. Now I'm taking out quite a bit of that pad now, but I think that would be good because then we can add sort of like, I guess a different sounding pad playing the same notes in this same section. So it kind of, and then just filter that one out while the saw wave is filtering in. I think that would be a really good thing to do, because otherwise it's just going to be too saw wave. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, saw waves sound nice, but they don't sound that nice if we have them for this long with no filtering. But then again, that's something I think I want to work on later. We can try out how this sounds now. Just do a little, let's do a little low pass automation on this one then. Just going in the opposite direction. I'm gonna close that down a little bit here towards the end. Yeah, this section is definitely one which I want to work on. This last section of the drop. I think this first section is pretty much good. Like the bass can be tweaked a little bit. There's a couple of moments in the bass where it's kind of creating a little bit of a distortion, which is coming from the fact that it's two different notes that are layered on top of each other that are then running through a distortion, which is then distorting the two together, and that's basically creating this single sound. So it's a very interesting bass line. I've been I posted this on my Twitter earlier, I think yesterday. How would you even call a bass like this? Because it's a bass line that's made up out of chords, pretty much. So or not necessarily chords. It's basically a bass line that's made up out of a root with a lead on top of it, but they're distorted really heavily together, which kind of turns them into a single sound. So, what do you call that? Is it a poly bass? Because it's kind of polyphonic in a way, right? So it's a really interesting bass line. It's not monophonic, and that makes it quite interesting. Like I said, though, we are getting a lot of CPU use. If you look at my meter right here at the right, if I play the drop, you can just see when it goes into the drop how much this shoots up. It's going to go up to like 80% or something like that, which is pretty crazy because I have a really good CPU, but I know what the problem is. Hey, you can see right now, it's already hitting like 60-ish at the moment, 70 sometimes. Hitting 80%. Oh boy. Yeah, so this section needs something different on the bass line, and I don't like this one coming in. That sort of like reversed sound. It's basically just this. I don't really like the sound of that one in the drop there, so let's just mute that. Might be able to use it somewhere else. Now, the main reason for the high CPU use, by the way, is basically just this Melda multiband wave shaper. I'm using this to kind of add some grit, and it does really make a big change. Like, I can play it without. This is without that wave shaper on the bass. Like, it does sound heavier in the sub, but it misses some mid-range. It misses some extra sort of like distortion in this area right here. So I've used this wave shaper kind of to distort both the high frequencies and the mid frequencies, and I'm leaving the sub just alone. That's not doing anything. And I'm just using that to kind of make this all a little bit bigger, but instead of just using the regular multiband wave shaper, which would be probably what I would normally use, and then it wouldn't really be much of an issue with the CPU. But this one, because I'm using it quite late in the processing chain, it's like we have this MAT 808 group right here, and there we have the actual layers of the 808. So we have the 808 itself, which is this one. It's kind of like an 808. Just processed. But that's not including the higher layer. So the higher layer is coming from here. So yeah, that's literally just that. So those two running through this chain together, which is including some rift for the distortion right here, creates that. Now, I could just use the regular wave shaper and just make it like this and just call it a day. But because it's so late in the chain and it's done after the distortion is being created. So rift is basically smashing the lead and the bass together. And that creates the really nice sound. That creates the nice sort of like sound that I want to keep, that I want to work from, basically. I don't want to destroy that sound. So if I would do like some multiband processing on it, that's going to mess with the phase of what I've created with the distortion and the lead and the bass running that through the lead, running that through the distortion together. So I don't want to destroy that, right? So I don't want to do any multiband processing that really messes with the phase a lot. So what I've did is I've changed these crossovers into linear phase crossovers, and that's why my CPU is absolutely going mental right now. I hope we're going to be able to keep working like this. If we're going to get some issues, I'll just switch this over to the regular analog crossovers, and then I can switch them back to linear phase when I have to. But for now, it kind of still works, so we're not really getting any audio glitches at the moment, so that's fine. Your production level is just up there with the top artists, and I've learned a lot from you, so the least I can do is support with Patreon. Thanks a lot. Need to go dark bass. What do you mean? I think we need some extra stuff happening in the bass. That's true. I do want to change this section, so let's see if we can make that better. Let's see what we can do there. Okay, so this section right here. So the bass itself is going to the key of D sharp right here, which is kind of mirroring what this section is doing. So it's basically the same pattern as this, but then it stays on that D sharp instead of going back up to that B note. So it stays on D sharp. I don't think that the top layer works though. I mean, it does kind of work, but it needs something else. Dun, dun. We have that little... What is it? So that's hitting on A sharp. Yeah, that's hitting on A sharp. So we have a D sharp and an A sharp, which... Is that a perfect fifth or is it not? It's a perfect fifth. So A sharp is a perfect fifth above D sharp. Let's think. Yeah, I'm thinking of maybe having a re somewhere as well as like a transition bass, maybe at the end of a phrase. But I'm kind of like thinking of doing that right here, at the end of this section, kind of like layering another bass line in here, so like a res that's been high pass, so it doesn't have any sub. So it's basically just using the sub from the 808, but then adding like a res on top of this section right here. So right from about here, I think. I think there I want to have like a re sort of like complementing that thing as well. Now we have, let's see, we have this automation here, which is different from what is happening here. So let's see what happens if I take this automation right here, just copy that, and let's paste that right here. Not exactly. Let's see what happens if we go... So we're doing D sharp. That could work better, probably. But then I do want to have that A sharp here, because that creates that little thing at the end. Dun, dun. So we want to go down after that. So probably in this section, we want to go down. I'm gonna get rid of this right here. And let's try go down to that F sharp. Or what is it? It's not F sharp. It's F double sharp. Go up, maybe? Maybe slower. What is that bass doing? Is that also pitching around? Let's see. So it is on this note, right? Yeah, this note right here. Okay, that's going up one semitone at the end here. Can we copy that? I would assume we can. Oh, we can. Not that's really helpful, but we can. Let's get rid of that one. Let's get rid of that one, and let's move this one to here. Now, I'm also playing around a little bit with a vocal at the bottom here. It's turned off right now because it's definitely not the right vocal. It sounds a little weird, but I've been trying to just play around with layering a vocal in here just to see what it sounds like. And even though this vocal is not the right one, it's kind of like a house vocal, I think. Shows up here as 120 beats per minute. It's not the right vocal. Maybe with a little bit of processing, some parts of this one could work, but I wanted to hear what this sounds like with a vocal. So I'm going to mute this part. So we're just going to have that last part because that part kind of worked. So you get an impression of what it does with a vocal, and I think it definitely could work. It's just that we're going to have to find the right vocal, or maybe just get somebody to record a vocal for this. Yeah, it could definitely have a vocal. Could definitely have a vocal somewhere. Maybe just even like a piece of this vocal and just taking like a little section that sounds cool and then just working from there. I'm not even sure what this vocal is saying.
When the sun goes down tonight.
Yeah, like that's not what we need.
There'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me.
Sample pack vocals are so crap.
I've got the world to see, led by only intuition.
But I mean, it does work with the underlying chords. That's kind of funny.
When the sun goes down tonight,
so I've just left it in there as a placeholder, just for that reason.
A part of me,
just so I don't forget that.
Set me free, baby.
See?
I'm on a mission, gotta find my space. I've got the world to see, led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, witches they'll turn to dust, like without wanderlust. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, witches they'll turn to dust, like without wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
Yeah, so we have this gap here as well. What are we gonna do there? I do think we need something there, because in this section, right here, we have that big reverb opening up, which is really nice. It fills up that first beat with a lot of noise, like right here. See that first beat that hits right here? It just adds a lot of noise in that section, which is really cool. But then in this section, we have just that kick drum with a head on top of it. So I think it needs something there. That vocal actually works pretty well. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. The melody and the timing of the vocal does work really well. It's just that the lyrics, I couldn't really care too much about the lyrics, to be honest. It's just generic house music kind of lyrics, right? But timing-wise, and especially how it sort of like matched with the harmony of the intro, or the sol chord basically that I have, that made me kind of think like, that could actually work. I have another one actually, which is this one, which is a completely different vocal, but does the same thing as well. Also has that sort of like thing where there's sections of that vocal that made me go, that could actually be really cool. So I'll play that version as well, which is this.
Though times are still high.
And you get the same kind of thing, but with a completely different type of vocal.
The good stays in mind. Never change. No, 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 no.
It's a little distortion happening, but I'm fine with that.
Change.
It's probably not going to stay in here though, but it's just placeholder.
Still remain. Yeah, you do. Though times are still high. The good stays in mind. Never change. No, 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 no.
Yeah, so I'm due thinking a vocal somewhere, but that can come later. I'm not sure what vocal we need. Yeah, so what can we do on that step right there? I was already playing around with this one. I don't like that one. It's too loud, first of all. Yeah, let's not do that one. Let's do something else here. Maybe just another reverb thing. Like, I could do another reverb thing, which might be a little bit too much reverb stuff, but hey, let's just try it out. I could use one of these reverb things here that I haven't used yet. Let's try the void. So that would be right here. I can probably just do this. Maybe not. Well, let's just do it all the way. Let's see how loud that is. Turn your speakers down right now if you have your speakers or headphones really loud, because we might just get a really loud volume boost here. I don't know how loud this chain is, but let's see. Okay, it's not too bad. Maybe do one like that. Without the curve. Like, that might just be enough. Close. It's better than not having anything there. Let's see if we can maybe... Well, we can open this up. You're just gonna get a slight peek into one of the racks that I'm currently working on. Need to start making some proper D&B jump up liquid. Well, if you want to make jump up liquid, then just go make some jump up and liquid. Don't need me for that. Oh, it's It's having a little brain freeze moment. Okay, there we go. So this is a little rack I'm currently working on. This is not the final version, but this is one of the racks that I'm going to be putting out soon. It's basically just a rack with a bunch of reverb chains that you can use to automate and then make stuff sound interesting. So let's... we have this chain right here. Let's just put a little processing on that chain. See if we can make this one a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to put an EQ right here. Let's just take off a little bit of that low end. That's honestly already way better. But I think it could be fun to maybe try to do some either frequency shifting or some pitch shifting on this one. So we're gonna go up or down. Let's try going up. You wouldn't really see me making any jump up, to be quite honest. It's not the type of drum and bass that I normally enjoy listening to. It's not the type of drum and bass that I like making. So, yeah, there might be one or two slight tutorials about sounds, but more than that, probably not. Liquid drum and bass, though, I could see myself make. I could see myself making some liquid drum and bass at some point. That's completely fine. I do like liquid drum and bass. And I mean, I do like jump up drum and bass every now and then. It has its place, if you get what I mean. But it's not the place that fits my own productions. But that's just me, you know? I don't like making it, so... It's too static. It's kind of like the same problem I have with rhythm in dubstep. It's too static. It's just like... There's not enough movement for me. It's a little loud, maybe. I think we can probably do... We can try doing a little filtering on it, maybe. So, where is it? Add lane. Where did I do that automation? Yo. What? I did it on here, right? The void. Why are you not showing up? Okay. There we are. Let's do a little... Try out maybe doing a little automation on this high pass here. Maybe opening up or closing it down even more. So we get... Maybe do that. Just ever so slightly. I mean, we can also try doing a chorus on it to just make it wide and see what happens. Let's do it after the frequency shift, though. Not in front of it. My Ableton is really having a hard moment with this project, though. It's, everything is getting slower and slower the more stuff I add. So now we have some wider noise there, which is kind of nice. Oh, now the high pass automation is gone too. Let's add that here. Bring this down so it sits nice together with that one. And let's copy this to the second half of the drop as well. So that we got the same thing there. So in this section, am I doing high-pass filtering here? I am. I could try using this one as well, just having the same high-passing here. It's a bit much, but what if we only do it on the second half? Slightly better. Just kind of change it up a little bit and then maybe layer it up with another sound. Now here, I think it would be nice to bring that reverb thing back. So I have a couple of ones already. I have these right here. Can maybe try using this one. What if we use this during this bass sound? So basically just bring some reverb in here. Ooh, that one has a screechy layer in it. See what that does. Not much. Not much. Find a different one. Maybe try using this one. That one is a little bit better. Maybe here. Yeah, I do like that. I'm also not sure yet about the snare drum. I have a rack right here, which I just chucked a whole bunch of snare drum samples in. And I just basically, I'm switching back and forth between different snare drums while this tries to open up that track. There's like, I think there's like 100 snare drum samples in one track. So it's like, it's taking a little bit of time. Automating the shit out of the thing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, automation is key. Like, without automation, everything is going to sound static, and it's the automation that makes everything come alive, basically. But yeah, I've been playing around with a whole bunch of different snares, so I just have this rack, and just have, like, all of these snare drums right here, which, yes, I know, these are just the snare drums from the Vitae Lupus pack, but they're nice, they're processed nice, they all sound good enough for drum and bass, they have all the same sort of, like, level and punch, so it's nice to just chuck them into a rack and then just use the chain selector, just go through here and find like one that sounds close to what you need, and then just maybe later make a new snare drum that from scratch, basically, that has that tone, but then make one that is, you know, my own, or just use the one that I end up settling on. That's also an option, of course. Kind of depends on how well the snare fits, but like I said, this rack and changing the snare drum is really going to change the tone of the drop as well. quite like this one, so let's give this one a different color. That one is very similar, but also sounds really good. Like this, a snare drum like this could work really well too. Oh, this one works really well. I think we found a winner. Okay, so we need the second section after this. Let's try if we can find like a Reese or something to layer on this transition here. Well, I say find, but let's save. And this is actually sort of like, this is basically a continuation of an old project. I don't think I have a bounce of the old project though. No. Don't have a bounce of the old project, but we have the old project file here, this one, and there should be a Reese in there, because originally this track started as a track which actually had a Reese in it. I don't know which track I'm gonna have to bring in here though. Let's just quickly, I've saved, let's quickly jump to the old project. Then I can also show you the old project, and see if we can find like a bass sound or a Reese in there, or maybe a transition sound that we can use. So we're gonna have to wait until that loads. If anybody has a question right now, this is the right moment to ask. We're waiting for this other project to load so we can go through it and see if we can find something to use in this newer version of it. If you want to help support these streams, by the way, you can help support. You can make a donation if you want to. I have a Streamlabs donation thing set up, so you can just check the link in the description below the live stream on YouTube, or just scroll down on Twitch and find the donation link there. Or you can support on Patreon. So if you want to support on Patreon, the link is patreon.com/artifacts. Just check the link in the chat right now. I'm also going to be doing some more stuff on Patreon soon. Like I said, the new pack is coming soon, and the new Ableton Rex update is coming soon as well. So stay tuned for that. I'm going quite well lately, actually. I'm feeling the whole music production thing again. It's some of you who've been regular viewers, you might have noticed that in the last, let's say, the last couple of months, I've been streaming a lot more, or the last couple of weeks, I've been streaming a lot more. And for some reason, I just felt today I wanted to stream again. I've been streaming like 3 times a week in the last couple of weeks because I was free from work. I had like vacation. But now I kind of want to stream more, so I might actually keep this going for a bit. And I might actually stream a bit more in the coming weeks, still. Depending on how much I have to work, of course. Damn, Ableton, come on. Start loading the project. Well, it's already loading, but... Can you explain your approach to arrangement of a drum and bass track? Well, I mean, it's basically just a matter of knowing what, like, arrangements in drum and bass usually look like. Right, that's the main important thing, and that's something you can do by just analyzing a couple of other tracks. Take a couple of tracks that you like, drop them in your DAW, and just make notes. You know, check what they've done arrangement-wise. Most of the time, it's pretty straightforward, though. I would say, especially with like most electronic genres, like electronic music in particular, and well, I guess most styles of music have like a pretty sort of like go-to structure, right? That you just go for, and drum and bass is nothing different. It's always going to be sort of like a variation on the same structure that you see in pretty much every track. Like most drum and bass tracks are going to have 2 drops, maybe 1 drop, depending. There are a couple of drum and bass tracks out there that only do 1 drop. There's maybe a couple of ones that do 3 drops, but most of them will have 2 drops. Drop A, and maybe a variation on that drop, or sometimes not even. Sometimes it's just literally a repeat of the first drop. But it's all about, like, the structure, right? It's just, these days, most of the time, intros are going to be, like, somewhere between 32 to 64 bars. That's most of the time what the intro length is. These days, a lot more tracks have 32-bar intros, which, I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of. I like it when a track gets a little bit of room to breathe in the intro and gets a little bit of time to sort of like set the vibe or set the mood of the track. And I feel like 32 bars, depending on the track though, of course, but 32 bars for what I do most of the time is too short, because I need like a little extra section where we need to introduce the bass line or something like that. But if you have a track that, for instance, really focuses on the drop itself and not really necessarily on the intro, and the intro is just like, I don't know, maybe a pad and some drums, then you can probably get away with like 32-bar intro. It's not that a lot of people do it these days. Then you have like the drop is just going to be like what, 64 bars again. The first drop is most of the time 64 bars, sometimes 48, which is basically 3 16-bar sections. And then you get into a breakdown. Breakdown is going to be 16, 32, something like that. But you really, what you see when you pay close attention, it's all multiples of like sections of 8 or 16 bars, basically. So every 8 bars, something new gets introduced, or every 16 bars, something new gets introduced. And most of the times, it's just the entire track can be basically split up into 8-bar sections or 16-bar sections. And other than that, it's not really that much more complicated. Like right here, I can actually show it. Like this one is basically a full arrangement, even though I don't like the arrangement. But it's basically, yeah, you can see. So I already have a couple of markers here, but I can add more. So here we have the intro. That's going to be 32. So this is 16 bars. And then another 16. So we have 32 bars of intro. Then I have a breakdown. I called it pre-build, but it's more like a breakdown after the intro, so let's call that break. That's a 16-bar break. Then we have a 16-bar build, and then we go into a drop, which is 64. So this can also be split up into 2 sections. We can have a drop, I guess, first drop and then A section, and then this is the B section. So this is drop 1B. And then we go into the next section, which is going to be, again, a breakdown. 16 bars, then we get another build of 16 bars, and then we get into the second drop. Drop 2 right here. And then this one, I don't have an outro on this project, so, but you would be able to assume this is something you see a lot as well. The outro would then start here, and then you can see by looking at this, the first drop is 64 bars. That's something you see a lot, and then if they do that, most of the time, the second drop is 48. Just to kind of shorten that up a little bit, so that the track doesn't get still and doesn't get like if you drag it out too long, especially if you repeat your drop another time, it has this tendency to get boring towards the end. So what people will do is just make the drop a little bit shorter in the second drop. Just do it like that, and then just maybe use an outro of like 16 or 32 to kind of fade out some elements of the drop and then bring in some pads and stuff like that. It's really not that complicated when it comes down to arrangement. But what I would say is just take a couple of tracks that you really like, put them into your DAW, and just have a look. Like it's really simple. Just pay close attention. Maybe even do the same thing. Align it with the tempo of your project following your DAW, and just put some markers in there so you can really see where the individual sections are. And you'll be able to figure out what they've done in terms of the arrangement pretty easily. Okay, so the old version of the project sounded completely different, by the way. I'll play this one just for a short bit. We'll play maybe like this section. It's kind of an interesting drop as well, but a completely different style. And I honestly, when I heard this project, the only thing that really inspired me was that intro pad. See, that's the same intro pad. That one. So that's what I took and just started off the new track with. That's pretty much everything that I took. This is the old version. And we're missing some plugins here as well, so it sounds a little bit different than the old version when I made it on stream, but this track is so different. Well, I think we found our Reese. We can use that one for a transition, that Reese. Yeah, so the old version of the track was really more of like a Reese-y bassline track. Yeah, this is an old project, by the way. It's from like 2019, early 2019. Let's see, there's a couple of things in here. I do kind of like that. Let's just take this entire thing. Just going to bounce a couple of things to audio. I'm going to take this thing. I kind of like that one. So let's just do that. I mean, I do this a lot as well. You know, I do it a lot as well. Just sit down, take a couple of tracks that you like, and just go through them and just make some notes. Just see, like, especially like if you like a track, then there is a reason you like that track. And by listening very closely to it and making notes, and just the first couple of notes are going to be very, very broad. It's going to be like, oh, they have a really short kick, or oh, the bass line is really sustained. But the more things you note down, the more detailed you're going to get with your notes. And by doing this, maybe just listen through the track maybe 5 to 10 times. Write down a whole bunch of stuff. And every time you listen to it again, you're gonna be hearing different things. And by the end of it, you're going to have a huge list of things that they've done in that track. And, well, that's probably why you like it, right? So if you can note down and figure out what other people are doing in a track that you really like, then you can use that as sort of like a guideline when you're working on your own track. And it's something I actually do a lot. Just when I have a track that I enjoy, and I'll actually get in pretty deep. I'll actually get in as deep as just first making a couple of notes and then actually analyzing what they're doing music theory-wise. For instance, like if there is like a really interesting chord progression or a really interesting pad or maybe even an interesting bass line. Like a really good example was the which track was it? I think it was No Tomorrow by Matthews and what was it? It was Camel and Crooked, I think, right? That track has a bass line which does actually a similar thing to what I'm doing in this track as well. It has like a sub bass with a lead on top that are distorted together that are creating the main bass. So it's also sort of like a polyphonic bass. And I'll actually go in and try and find out, because the notes of that bass line make a huge change or really matter. Like the notes of that bass line really matter how the bass sounds. So by analyzing that, you can really sort of like figure out how they've come to that final result. And I would have never figured stuff out like that without analyzing tracks. Yeah, I do like the reason this track. It's just that the rest of this project I couldn't really care too much about. It's an old one, and I think we can do way better. So that's also why I started a new version. But let's just bounce a couple of these samples. So I'm just gonna make a folder in here called, we'll just call that stems. Just bounce a couple of things. So there's like a reverse sound, Rev 1. Make like a couple of bounces right here. There's a reason I don't have to bounce. I can just bring in the track with the patch. But let's see what else we have in here. The things down here, what's that? Oh, that's just a pad. I already have that one. What's these things? These things also look like some kind of transition sound. I actually quite like that, to be honest. Just a pitch bended kind of thing. Let's make that twice as long. And just do... We're just gonna let that pitch down even more. Like that. See if we can make like a longer version. And then this is doing volume automation. Let's just mute that, so that we're not going to get any volume automation. It could be like a nice... Sure, I'll just bounce that to audio. Maybe we'll be able to use it somewhere as like a little, what is that? I'll just call it down sweep. 1. Do we have more? See this thing right here? Sure, we'll just bounce that one too. Maybe it's useful. I don't think we need much more than that. Wait, we have this one as well. What does that one sound like? I didn't bounce this one yet, right? Oh yes, I did. Already bounced that one. We don't have any synths. Like the bass, let's see what the difference is, because I see we have 2 basses here. Which looks to be just the exact same bass. Even the same MIDI. What's the difference? There is no difference. Strange. Whatever. See, maybe we have some more drum stuff that we can use, like that ride maybe. That could be handy to bring in the second half of the drop. Interesting ride pattern. What am I doing here? Yeah, I'll probably make a different one. This is doing something weird. This is hitting on... It's re-triggering on every snare. Okay, let's just move to the other project. Maybe these hats? Is that? Yeah, that couldn't be cared too much about that. Snare drum. To be honest, that snare drum sounds pretty similar to the one I'm using in the project. Okay, so we're just gonna take the main bass. So that's just gonna be the main bass track. Let's hop back to the other project and let's get back into it. So version 7, we don't want to save. Thanks, Silent State. You're gonna join the Patreon, gonna show some love, and want to try the Vital Wavetables. Yeah, the Vital Wavetables are actually quite nice. I made a whole pack. I think it's like 75 wavetables. I made them when I reached 75,000 subscribers on YouTube, so I think it's 75 wavetables. But I love making wavetables. It's a lot of fun. Just you know, like trying different ways of creating them. Audio import is great, of course, but also just like taking synthesizers and making like wavetables with synths and then just importing those, or just resampling them inside Vital or inside Serum, or just making them from scratch. Like lately, I've actually been getting into using like synths that emulate old hardware. So I have a whole bunch of them. Like I have a whole bunch of the ones in the Roland Cloud kind of thing, which is just all like the old Roland type of synths, but then in software format. And I have a bunch more as well. And it's really fun just playing around with those old school type of sounds, like the old hardware type sounds, even though they're software, of course. And then just processing those and trying to make them sound interesting, and just take like one single note, just modulate across that single note, just automate some stuff so that changes over time, bounce that to audio, and import that into like a wavetable synth such as Vital or Serum, and can really do some really interesting results. I'm actually thinking of making a wavetable out of the main bass sound of this track, to be honest, with this noise. Like if you look... If I just play this bass with like... Do I have an oscilloscope on here? No, I don't. Let's take an oscilloscope real quick. It does some really cool stuff that I think could be a very good wavetable. There's just the entire group. I should put it on the bass group instead so that we actually get the entire thing with the noise. So if I play this one and this one together, not with the lead layer, but just these two, you can kind of see what I mean on the oscilloscope. Where is it? And I want to have like a wavetable, so like that starts with just the bass. And then that noise coming in as well. You like take something like that, just start with this, and then modulate the gain up of the noise, and then just bounce that to audio and use this wavetable. I don't have easel 4 or easel V. I do have Analog Lab. Or is that one part of Analog Lab? I never really use Analog Lab that much, unless I'm making like wavetables or stuff like that, or like doing sound design and just doing something different and grabbing a different synth. I'm not sure if that one is part of Analog Lab, to be honest. Could be. Okay, let's save here, and let's go and bring in that Reese. See if we can make something with that one. Let's get rid of the oscilloscope, we don't need that anymore. It's just gonna use up CPU. Which we already don't have much left of, so yeah, we need to be a little bit careful right now. Let's see, which one is it? This one, bass, and then main bass. Let's bring that in here. And we're gonna get rid of all of the MIDI. It's part of the V collection, okay. Yeah, I don't own the V collection. Okay. So now we have all of that, which we can pretty much just get rid of. A little bit messy though, this erase. I have to admit, it's a little messy, but let's see if we can make it work. I think we can make a better one, to be honest. It sounds a bit too messy for my liking. I think we need one that has a more, like, clear oscillation in it. So, we don't have any automation, but what can we automate on this one? Let's actually have a little look on how this Reese was created, because we have a bunch of stuff here that's turned off. Let's get rid of that. And let's see, what do we have here? We have a phase blend, distortion, more EQ, a lot of EQ actually. Okay. This is one of my old phase blend patches. Let's get rid of all of the effects. Why is the mod wheel connected to the master pitch? Oh, there's an LFO on the master pitch. Interesting. And that's creating it's creating a vibrato. Oh, we need a vibrato though. On the higher note could be nice. Dun, dun, but I think it needs to be more pronounced. and probably needs to come in later. Yeah, I don't think this breeze is gonna work that well. It's too messy for my liking. So, oh, I could just remove the track. But let's just do it this way, and then just we'll just make a better one. Okay, I'm gonna have a little listen all throughout, and see what. I want to figure out what we are gonna do in the second half of the drop. So. Listen along with me. If you have any ideas, let me know. And in the meantime, I'm thinking about what kind of reeds we need there.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind.
We'll bring it back for a bit, the vocal.
A part of me, set me free. Baby, I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space. I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
Yeah, the vocal, by the way, is just placeholder, but a little bit more interesting than having it without a vocal. One more time through. I need to hear this properly and think real quick. Yeah, I do like that other vocal way more.
Set me free, baby. I'm on a mission.
It just works a lot better.
I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Want to discover a part of me, Set me free, baby, I'm on a mission.
The more I hear this vocal, the more it's starting to grow on me. It might be me, but maybe you guys have the same feeling. Needs a seagull vocal, in my opinion. Really? It does? Seagull. The seagull cow. The mighty seagull cow. It's back. That high squeak of the bass hits the spot. Yeah, I really like that as well. In fact, I'm thinking of using that a bit more. Let's see, there's a section in the drop where I think we could do a cool sort of like repeat of that squeaky sound. Like right here. On the last snare drum, we have a bit of automation happening. This thing right here. And that is creating, it's creating some stuff. It's creating, with this higher lead layer, you can see it right here as well. We have that last higher note. What? That sounds just like... That just sounded like that fucking TikTok filter. Oh, I think it's a TikTok filter. That audio filter. That frequency shift, pitch shifting kind of thing. Not that I use TikTok though, but I saw a lot of TikTok videos where they were using that effect on like their voice or something. I think it's like a filter in that app. Sounds just like it. But that sound... What if we... I mean, it is technically just it is a frequency shifter with some... I think it's doing frequency shifting with something else. Right here. Oh, it's just the chorus. And this, oh yeah, frequency shifter. It's this frequency shifter with the chorus. Creating a really weird sound. But if I use this, and then just, we can do a delay on it. Try if that works. I kind of want to make one that goes down a semitone. We could, of course, just take this. And put that here. Or we could just record this. Let's do that. Let's do... Create a new audio track. Solo that one. And take the output of this track. And then I don't want to have any reverb on it. So I just want to have the sound by itself. Record that track. What if we take this? Put that right here. Dun, dun. And go one semitone down. Let's see what we get. I mean, that does kind of work. What if we make this one a little bit more interesting? Let's try doing, can we do on it? Let's try doing some filtering on it, maybe. Try bandpass, do something, sweep that through here, kind of create like a little step out of it, maybe. I feel like this one needs to be really wide. Let's try working this on it. We don't need much sub on that sound, I think, so let's just do that. And then let's try and put like a nice amount of reverb on this one. And this is one of those sounds where I'll actually just try chucking an OTT on it to see what happens, because it's just a sound that happens once. So we can probably get away with it if we chuck OTT on this. It's gonna mess with the phase, but I'm mostly just looking for something that's gonna bring that reverb out and really make it up front. Which that is doing, right? So, just a little long, let's make that a bit shorter. And let's see if we can... And we're getting the sub back as well, which is understandable. Might actually be able to use the sub, but... Like, that works pretty well, actually. Yeah, it doesn't have to be in parallel, because I don't need this sound to be very powerful, to be quite honest. It's just there to fill up that section. It's a bit much. Wait. Let's warp this. Oh wait, let's lock the automation. See what we can do here. Let's try... Damn it. Deleting that. Do that. And let's see if we can make this one. Like that. Change that filter automation just a little bit. It needs to close down a little bit earlier. And then that reverb, I could also automate this dry wet so that it closes down right after it again. So let's try this. Okay, how does that? So the reverb is really only changing the tone. It's not really adding a tail. It's just changing the tone and making it sound a bit more washed out. But that does kind of work. Could also try different pitches. So let me check. So we're going down one semitone. So we're ending up on A sharp. Let's try going to G sharp. Let's see what happens. So that would be down 2 more. Ooh, I actually like that a lot. I like that way more. I like that one a lot more. Now, where is the reverb automation? What happens if we extend this reverb automation a little bit into this section so that we get 1 beat of a reverb and then going back to no reverb? Bit much, maybe? Maybe let's do that. Or just do that. It's a little bit more of a tail. It just has it still has reverb, but it's just closing down quite quickly. Because if we don't do that, we get a lot of a tail extending into the next section, which I'm not sure I like. See, it makes that next section too messy, but I also don't like it when it cuts out right away. Although, that actually does kind of work. Maybe if we just automate one of these reverb sends. So I have a long reverb send right here. That one would be in parallel. So let's use this reverb just to change the tone, and then just use this one to add a little bit of reverb to that hit. See, that one is a lot cleaner. And because it's on a send or a return track, however you want to call it, we can automate it as well, like this. So it's really a lot more subtle than what the other one is doing. But it still adds a bit of a tilt. See? So without, it's just that. It's just ever so slightly. Maybe even a bit more. That's already too much. So we just need to back this down a bit. I actually think we could make that vocal work, the more I hear it. There's parts of it that I really like, and then there's parts of it that I think don't really work that well, but maybe with a different timing, they might work. And I also think it could be cool to take one of these vocal bits and use them in the drop. So...
Riches, they'll turn to dust.
What? I haven't really paid much attention to what the vocal is saying, but is she really saying witches?
Riches
that turn to dust?
Riches, they'll turn to dust. Riches, they'll turn to dust. Riches, they'll turn to...
No, she's not saying witches.
Riches, they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust.
But that turn to dust.
Turn to dust. Life with...
Sounds kind of cool.
They'll turn to dust. Life...
They'll turn to dust.
They'll turn to dust. They'll turn to dust.
Let's copy that one over here. Yeah, lol. Indeed. See what happens if we use this one somewhere in the drop.
They'll turn to dust. They'll turn to dust. They'll turn to dust. They'll turn to dust.
See, it could definitely work in one of those sections right there at the end. We're getting a bit into dust vocal vibes then, but hey. Let's see. What is the rest of the vocal saying? Oh, when the sun goes down. And when I come around.
Riches, they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
I do really like that section though.
Riches, they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down. When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby.
That part is also nice. That set me free.
Set me free, baby.
Like that part could go away.
I'm on a mission.
I'm on a mission. That one is kind of cool.
Gotta find my space. I've got the world to see.
On its own, it sounds crap. But
when the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby. I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space. I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
we have two vocals. Holy shit, we're getting issues with the CPU. Come on, Ableton, you can do it. Please keep working. We're getting... I might have to switch the wave shaper down to a regular wave shaper and not the linear phase one.
Life without wanderlust, there is some hell to know.
I think we need to get started on the B section. Like, the A section is getting there. Let's chuck one of those stems in that I exported from the old project. We had a couple of reverse bits that could definitely work. Oh. I was stupid. I only bound to one of them. Well, I guess then we're gonna use that one. I forgot to change the track that was exporting. My bad. Then we only have one reverse. Oh, that's stupid. I should have just exported the master, but... let's try it here. Bring this in the second half. Yo, Krala, welcome. We're making bangers. Doesn't really work. It's too low. Okay, one moment. I'm gonna switch the 808 wave shaper to where is it? Where are you at? I'm gonna change it to use just analog crossovers. So it might sound a little bit different now because it's not using linear phase, so it's gonna mess with the phase, but definitely sounds different. Do you notice that? It sounds way different, actually. It loses, like, the crispy high end. Do you hear how much duller it sounds? Well, in that case, we'll leave it on linear phase. We're going to get into the next section anyway, so there's not much going on there. It's just going to be this section that we might have a little bit of audio issues every now and then. It sounds completely different. Like if you don't have trained ears, you might not hear this. Like, this is something that back in the day, a couple of years ago, I would not be able to have picked out either. But it sounds a lot duller when it's not linear phase, and that's just because those crossovers, it's basically doing multiband distortion, what it's doing. It's leaving the sub alone. It's not doing anything to the sub, but it's adding some saturation, some light saturation on the mid frequencies to kind of bring those up from like 200 up to like almost 2000. And it's just doing that. And then on the high frequencies, we're doing a very heavy amount of wave shaping with the dry wet brought down to like 60%. So that's kind of like letting a little bit of the clean signal through and then mixing like a good amount of the distorted signal in as well. And because the crossover is a linear phase, it tries to retain the phase of the original sound before the distortion was added. And that actually, in this case, makes the high end sound really nice and crispy. But when we switch these to just the analog ones, it's also going to mess with the phase a lot more. And that change in phase is kind of reducing how gritty this bass line sounds. So, yeah, it can definitely make a huge change. And especially because there's also more processing after it, right? There's even more distortion happening later down the line because we have this rack here that's just a high pass, but here we have another isotope trash, which I'm not sure how much I'm doing in trash. Oh yeah, so that's doing a little bit of extra distortion with the electric trash just to kind of beef it up. That's probably adding quite a bit of gain or kind of just making everything feel more upfront. This is without. it's making everything louder. It's just squashing the bass into like a nice sausage. Yeah, like I've been playing around with the Mellow Wave Shaper quite a bit recently, and stuff like that, sometimes it can really make a huge change, which back in the day I would have never thought about either. I would have just chucked on like a multi-band distortion, like Trash, for instance. I could have easily done the same distortion here in Trash, but Trash doesn't have linear phase crossover, so it's always going to mess with the phase when you do it in a multi-band style way. So you can see I'm using the Trash just a regular single band mode. So instead I've started using the Mellow Wave Shaper because that gives me a lot more options. Because as you can see, we have even more stuff, right? You've got all these different options for the crossovers, and even just the regular analog crossover, we have all these controls over the slope and all of that, which is something we don't get in Trash. So it's just a lot more complete, I feel. And I really started noticing things like that, like just how much just one little setting like that can change the overall tone of the bass and how hyped it sounds in the high end. So yeah, definitely something to worth noting down. I need to take a piss. I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'll let you guys listen to this with the vocal, and I'll be back in like a minute, and then we'll continue, and we'll get started on the second half. How late is it? 10:15. It's not even that late. Cool. I'll be back in just a bit.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me, set me free, baby. I'm on a mission, gotta find my space. I've got the world to see, led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust, like with that wanderlust. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, riches they'll turn to dust, like with that wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
Oh, mic was still muted. We're back. Yeah, so intro needs work, but we'll get to that later.
When the sun goes down tonight,
and like I'm saying,
the
vocal's growing on me.
A part of me, set me free, baby. I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space. I've got the world to see, led by only intuition. No, there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust, like with that wanderlust. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust, like with that wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
The CPU is going mad. What can we do to fix that? Oh wait, of course. Let's just let's freeze a couple of things. I'm just gonna freeze these two layers because I have a feeling that these two layers are doing quite a bit of stuff to the CPU. What's this vocal from? It's just a sample pack vocal. I was just going through some of the sample packs that I have and just trying out different vocals to see which ones kind of sound interesting. You know, I'm not really too concerned about what the lyrics do. Just looking for something that has a tone and a rhythm or a melody that works with the track. Because then I can always use that and either process it and cut it up and rearrange it into a pattern that works. You know, like maybe even just take bits and pieces of the vocal and then work with like delay sends and stuff like that to bridge some of the gaps in between the vocal. That can be really fun. And if that doesn't work, then I can always still use this sample pack vocal and use that as sort of like, how do you say it? An instruction for a vocalist. So I can send them the track without the vocal, and then I can send them the track with the vocal. That's the sample pack vocal, and just tell them like, okay, so this is the one that I came across that worked best, and that is sort of like the direction I want to take it in. Now, you do you with that instruction and see if you can come up with something that has that kind of same sort of like feeling, but with better lyrics or stuff like that, you know? And yeah, I guess a vocal template. Yeah, that's a good way of calling it. It has an actual name. It's not, I don't think it's a template. It's something else, but they in the vocal industry, it has an actual name when you give a vocalist something that they can use as sort of like an instruction of what they need to do or what it roughly needs to sound like. But I forgot the actual name. No, it's not draft either. There's an actual term for it that vocalists will tend to use, but I forgot what it is. Sometimes it also like, sometimes what they'll do is like, the producer will come up with the vocal melody, for instance, and they'll just have like a lead synth playing the vocal melody, and they'll send that as the instruction, and say like, yo, it needs to be this melody, but I don't know what the lyrics have to be, or then somebody else writes the lyrics, but yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's guide either. It's like something completely different, but yeah, I can't figure it out right now. I can't remember it, so whatever. You know what I mean? No MPE on this one. Like we can have a rise here, a little short one, maybe on D sharp, which is a perfect fifth above the root of the track. Yeah, that could work. Let's see if we can make a nice little riser out of this. A top line, yeah, that's what the actual thing is called. But no, I'm not. That's like what a vocal melody on top would be called. Indeed, what I'm talking about. No, there's actually something that they'll call like the actual sort of like audio file that they'll send to a vocalist that either includes the melody of the vocal that it needs to be, or sort of like a placeholder vocal, an actual vocal, that they then use as, like I said, a guideline for the new sort of like vocal that they're gonna record. But whatever. Doesn't matter. We're getting too caught up in that. Let's see what we can do here. automate this macro. It goes up. Yo, Ramon. A little bit of an extra stream today, man. Just wanted to do some more work on this tune. Let's try oscillator 1 going into here first and then going into this low pass so that we can do, I don't know, maybe some comb filtering here. We can do something weird like that. Going down, maybe. It's a bit much, but maybe if we bring the mix down. Yeah, that's better. It's distorting a little bit in some of the sections, but that's fine. Just going to be a riser sound anyway, so just high pass it a little bit. Yeah, see, we get a little increase in volume there, but we can do a little bit of dynamic EQ on that to fix that. Let's see what this is going to sound like in the mix right now. Let's just do a little... Oh, wait. Let's take a Pro Q so that we can do that dynamic EQ right away as well, in case we have to. It feels like old school vocals in a neurotune. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like the... I think that's also the vibe that I want to go for. The type of sound on the vocals that I want to go for. Because the drop... I think the main reason why I want to do that is because it adds contrast. The drop has a very modern sound, right? The bass line is definitely not old school sounding. Doing polyphonic bass lines with stuff like that, and that was not a thing back in the day, you know? So the bass line itself and the drop as well, like the drums have a very modern sound to it. So I think having like at least one element in there that is a lot more old school sounding is gonna sort of like add contrast, and I think the vocal would be the perfect thing to do that with. Because everything else can then be modern sounding, but then the vocal itself is gonna have that one sort of like hint at like a bit more of an old school kind of vibe, which I think is definitely fun to do. But who knows, maybe that'll change at some point.
I did not want to lust, that is some hell to know.
Like in the mix, you don't even hear it that much that it's distorting, but
I did not want to lust, that is some hell to know.
that should have already taken care of it. See, so I'm not using the auto mode, I'm using the actual threshold here. But now it gets louder. And it also starts squashing it down. So that is definitely something that's very helpful. It's just doing, instead of just using the auto mode, because then it's just always gonna start, see? It's right away it's gonna start compressing it down. But by using the actual threshold here, we can kind of define where it needs to start. So when the thing gets louder, just right here, a little bit higher maybe. Yeah, that works. I do think it has a little bit too much at the start, though. So let's try... Well, I'm not going to do that inside Pro Q. I'm just going to do that with an auto filter. Or with an EQ, actually, so I can see it. I could do it inside ProQ, of course, but I'm just going to do it here so that I'm always going to be able to see, like, okay, here I'm actually doing automation, and inside ProQ I'm not. See this one right here? I don't want that to be quite loud at the start, so what I'm going to do... We're going to just put this here. And then we're going to automate the gain so that it comes in like that. Just set that to 0. So we're starting a little bit less on that frequency. And then it's going to come in, because it's a little bit much right off the bat. And this also then helps with fading in the rise a little bit more, so that it doesn't just start abruptly. Let's see. Sure. Let's do... I'm gonna do a little bit on the gain, going down, so that at the end, the gain of this one is going down a little bit. So we're just gonna do maybe this. Yeah, it's getting a little bit quieter at the end. And then what I'm gonna do there... fuck. We don't have another high pass. God damn it. Well, that's fixed easily. Group. Create another chain. Take another vital. Make sure this one is also not MPE enabled, because we don't need MPE for this. Set up 12 semitone pitch bend. I don't think we need pitch bend on this, but whatever. Take some white noise. And let's run that through a high pass filter, 24 dB. Let's use the digital or ladder. I kind of like the ladder filter. Has a nice, so when you boost the resonance, it has this nice sort of like dip, which kind of sounds pretty interesting. But it also has a lot of, the ladder filter also seems to have a lot more high frequencies than, for instance, the regular analog filter. What is it? Yeah, the analog filter. I quite like the sound of this one. But what I want is I want to have some noise that's high passed, that's coming in towards the end. So we have, I need to take another macro here, assign that to the level. Don't think we need 100%, something like this. And automate this as well. Probably in the second half. So that so like is filled up with noise there. And then now we can use the same macro. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make this automation the exact same as the other one. But then instead of doing that, if I want the noise to come in only in the second half, I can go in here and I can do this. So now, only in the second half of this macro automation, the noise is starting to come up. Two vitals in an instrument rack. I don't understand. I'll explain. See what I'm doing here? I'm using a noise oscillator that's being high-passed. So, because I don't want to have any low frequencies coming from that noise. I just need the high frequencies. And that's being automated in towards the end of the riser. Normally, I would have done it inside of one vital. But I'm already using a comb filter and a low-pass filter here to make the sound. I could have done it. I could have done it if I had switched this one off and done this low-pass filtering inside of the effects. Then I could have done it in one vital, but, you know, whatever, this works just as fine. So now we just have another vital, which is just creating the noise layer. I could have done it in one vital, though. Might have been actually smarter, seeing how much CPU we're already using, but whatever. I'll probably bounce this one to audio quite quickly. Now, this noise, it can definitely get a little bit louder. So let's increase that one. And I'm also going to assign this to the cutoff position so that we get a little bit more of the lower frequencies in the noise towards the end. And maybe even play around with the resonance of that filter as well. See if we can do something with the resonance toward the end. In fact, I'm gonna try using a peak. And then take the output of filter 1. We can do something like that. Let's try that out. Let's assign this to the mix here. And then we only want that to come in, I guess, in the second half. Something like this. And then I want to change the position of that peak. So I'm going to take this on the frequency here. Not sure if we're going to go down or up. Let's do this and then bring this down a bit. And then let's go into the matrix and see if we can change this around a little bit. So it's kind of, maybe go down. See what it's doing? It's changing the tone of the noise at the end. Yeah, so next section. We're just gonna go towards the next section now and see what we can do there. What kind of second section are we gonna do? It uses the same MIDI, yeah. It just uses the exact same MIDI. It's one way that is so powerful. Like, especially when you're making this style of drum and bass, layering can really help. Like, you can have a couple of sounds that on their own sound pretty basic, but layered together, they create a much more interesting sound that would have been very hard to synthesize in a single patch. So that is something that really, really helps. And the thing here that I'm doing with the bass kind of is the... Well, I have to unfreeze these to show you, but that's kind of like what I'm doing here as well, because the main bass line by itself is just a single note. It's just... Well, it's a couple of notes in the melody, but it's always playing one note at a time. And there's some automation happening on it, but that's about it. It's just some distortion that's automated. But then the other layer is this one, and this one is just adding something to it. And without all of the processing here, without this, we have the main bass itself. And that one already has a second layer in it. I'll show you what I've done here. So we have the main bass. Wait, huh? Is the right track? Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, we have that higher layer. This one. So this layer right here. We have the main bass. That's just that. That's just the bass. It's very simple. It's just an 808 style bass. But then the top note that's being added on top of it is this. And if we open these up, you can also see that these are not playing the same notes. So we actually have different MIDI for the high layer and for the bass itself. So the bass itself is here. So the bass in this section is playing a G sharp, but then we get a D sharp as that higher note. And then here we have a G sharp as the high note, and the low note is an E. So you can see these are creating chords, and these are not the same MIDI. So sometimes it can actually be really fun to also play around with having different MIDI as opposed to having the same MIDI. But then what I'm doing in here in the top layer, I'm actually using a bunch of sine waves, but they're also pitch different. So I can use these macros. This one is just a root. So if I bring this macro up, we're just going to get the root note of the actual MIDI that I'm playing. If I bring this up though, we get, this one is, I'm not sure if it still corresponds correctly to what I've done here, but you can see I've actually brought this second one down 2 semitones, so that's a completely different pitch than what the MIDI note is playing. So it's actually going to give us a note that's 2 semitones lower, but I'm also using this harmonic series, which is basically 2 sine waves, so we're actually getting an octave higher again. So it's, if I bring this macro knob up, which I think this one is connected to this one, so if I bring this macro up, we're actually getting a sound that is an octave higher than the MIDI note that I'm playing, and 2 semitones lower. So that's kind of interesting, right? And then this one as well is 4 semitones lower than the MIDI note that I'm playing, but not an octave up, because it's just using 1 sine wave. So it's creating these interesting overtones, and I'm just using these macros and automating them in certain sections to bring in those overtones that I need. So the main overtone is just a root. That's macro 1. And then we have that one coming in. So if I actually turn these off and play these together, we get just the bass line and then the top lead, but with the root playing. See? So it was missing a couple of things though, but first I need to turn back on the distortion here. So we have a rift that's doing the main distortion. And that really turns those two layers into one sound. Especially these parts, because these parts are still playing the same sort of like, well, not, oh no, the top layer is playing a different note than the bass layer, but still they sound like one sound and not like two sounds laid on top of each other after the distortion. So let's bring back all of the other distortion as well and all the other effects. At this point, I thought it was still missing something, so that's where these other layers come in. So the second one, which is being automated right here, is creating that extra little high frequency step. Oh. Or not. Oh, I enabled the wrong one. I need to go in here. This one. So that's that octave up and then 2 semitones down. And that's being brought in right here. That one little automation right there. So that's really adding that really interesting part there. Without that, it sounds so much less interesting. Like, it still works. It still works, but it just misses something, right? It just needed something extra there. So that's where that second oscillator here came in. And it's literally just the level of that one, just automating up in that one section. And that's then basically just pushed through the distortion with that bass sound. And then there's another one right here in this section. So that's how it sounds, and then we have it with... This one is a bit more subtle, but it's still there, and a little bit here. Which is, you almost don't even hear that one, but whatever, it works. Yeah, it's all in the distortion. Without distortion, this sounds literally just like... If I turn all the distortion off, so the wave shaper, trash... Yeah, like this. So now we have the sound without the distortion. And you can hear some reverb automations as well, which are quite interesting. Those really add to the final sound, because those run through the distortion as well. Not all the distortion, but those do run through... Oh no, they don't. They just only run through the compression at the end. But they do add a little bit of extra harmonics. Yeah, it's really just a top lead that plays some higher harmonics. And those are then basically just added to the sub bass. The noise is a separate layer. The noise is a separate layer that's outside of the group, actually. Right here. So that's playing the same MIDI as the bass, as the sub bass. But it's just basically just being automated in with this gain right here, because I don't want to have the noise everywhere. I can basically just use this to bring noise in wherever I want it to be. And this one is, again, also quite interesting, because this noise is using a key tracked LFO on the level of the noise. So when I change the MIDI note, it's also going to change the modulation speed on the noise. And that follows along with the sub bass as well. So the noise is basically gonna the automation on the volume of the noise with the LFO is going to follow along with the pitch of the sub, which is really cool, because if the sub bass pitches down, for instance, the oscillation on the noise goes along with that pitch, which is really cool. So that's another sort of like thing that I did. Without the noise as well, like if we take the noise out, and let's just enable the distortion so that we have the full track again, but without the noise. Let's see what we have then. It's missing so much then without the noise.
Riches they'll turn to dust, I did not want dust, that is some hell to know.
See, it's just so much less hyped.
I did not want dust, that is some hell to know.
Do a little bit of filtering on the drums towards the end here. So let's create a little low pass rack. I don't want this rack to affect the high frequencies at all when we're not doing any low pass filtering. So we're just going to set up a rack real quick, map both the on off switch and the frequency to one macro, and then just go into the mapping here and change this value that says 64 to 1. I do this a lot on my streams, show this how I do this, but this definitely works very well. So what we get now is we can, or maybe I want to have this, I want to flip this range around of the frequency. So we start all the way up, and what this is doing now, see, if this is all the way down, it's also turned off. And then when I want to do some low pass filtering, as soon as I bring this up, it turns on the low pass and starts filtering. So this is not as important with low passing, but it's way more important when you're, for instance, doing high pass filtering on your entire drum bus towards the end of a phrase, or maybe on your bass line. Like I have a high pass filter somewhere in here as well. It's doing the same thing. Not sure where it is, but somewhere in here there's a high pass filter on the bass doing that as well. But you don't want that high pass filter to affect the sub bass when it's not doing any high pass filtering, right? So just make sure it's turned off, and you can automate that as well, of course. But this is just easier. Just bam, save this as a rack, and there you have a perfect low passing rack that's not affecting your drums when it's not doing any low pass filtering. So now we can take this and just automate this on the end here, maybe, so that during the end of this, we get a little bit of low pass filtering. It's not a high pass, it's a low pass in this case. Like, it's not necessarily affecting it too much, but it's probably gonna still do a little bit, and I just don't want that, you know? I want to have full control. And like I said, it's way more important with a high pass filter. Then it's way more important. Like, I can show you right away, like these drums, as you can see on the meter. Well, you can see it on this meter because but you can see it right here. We're not clipping, it's basically hitting 0 decibels. See? As soon as we drop an auto filter on here and we set this to high pass, bring this all the way down. Let's see what the gain actually does. Damn, we're clipping. See? Even though it's all the way down, it's changing the sub bass of the kick drum. So we're now clipping. So if we want to have a high pass filter on the drums that at some point is doing some high pass filtering, like for instance now I'm doing with this low pass, we want to make sure that it's not affecting the sub in the sections when we're not using that high pass filter. So that's why I would set up a rack like that instead of just automating that high pass and calling it a day. See, so we can do it pre-limiter, of course. Then it's not clipping. But do you hear what it does to the kick? It makes the kick a lot more boomy, a lot more subby, which is not what we need. So you don't want that. And you might still want to low pass or high pass the drums at some point, like in a transition. Let's say this is the transition. You might want to high pass it here, you know, and do like a little transition effect like this, where the drums just do something like this. See, something like that. But you don't want it to affect the sub here. So in that case, you want to make sure it's turned off here, and it only turns on when it's doing the high pass filtering, which is you would do this. Right? That's what you would do, but instead of just automating a whole bunch of stuff, you can also just make a rack and just assign the on-off switch to a macro knob and change that value so that it does it automatically when you turn this up. Right? That's way easier. Yeah, exactly. It's starting to add frequencies which weren't there before because of the filtering, and that's basically just a result of that. No, it's not. It's not necessarily because of the resonance value. Even with the resonance turned down more, it's still going to do that. It's just how it works. You know how that works. I do hear a little pattern, which I'm just going to quickly see if we can make that on a new synth. Come on. Yeah, I'm just sidechaining the entire bass group. There's just a sidechain happening on the entire group here. So it's just basically... It's just sidechaining everything. Like, I'll worry more about what exactly needs what type of sidechain when I'm actually getting to the final mix. And during this section, I don't want to have to worry about the sidechain. So I'll just put, like, an entire... just on the group itself, just 2 compressors, one for the kick and one for the snare, and those are just doing all of the bass, basically ducking it down completely when the kick and snare hit. But they're all really short, like they're both really short, so it's literally only when the kick and snare plays, and other than that it's just fully at its normal level. So it's just there for like when I'm producing, so when I don't really have to worry about it, you know. Yeah, I think we need another section here. So what are we gonna do? I don't feel bits one. What are we gonna do in this section? Stop. I'm just gonna keep the vocal in here for now because it kind of works, and it just gives a you know what this prevents me of doing with the vocal in here. It prevents me from adding too much stuff because I know there it could definitely work with a vocal, but if we don't have the vocal, it sounds a little emptier, and that will make me think like, hey, there is something I should add something here, but most of the time I definitely don't. So just having that vocal in here kind of helps now. Definitely a switch up. Yeah, exactly. But I'm thinking what kind of switch up we can do.
Want to discover a part of me, set me free, baby. I'm on a mission, gotta find my space.
That might have been a nipple slip on stream, but I think the camera was too bright. It was a male nipple slip though.
Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
Shouldn't have done that with everything playing. I'm just going to copy the 808 track so that I can make a variation maybe for the second half of the drop. Might want to do a variation on that 808 bass, but I don't want to destroy the one that we have in the first section of the drop, so I'm just going to, you know, make it save and just duplicate the track. Exclusive slip. Subscribe to my OnlyFans for more. Link in the description below.
Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Bitches, they'll turn to dust.
You guys should really subscribe to my Patreon because there's definitely more nudes there. You can subscribe there. Not really though. I hope you guys get the sarcasm before we get anybody subscribing for actual nudes. Yeah, so let's see if we can do something with that vocal. Going into the next section. Can I pay to not see that? I mean, yeah, sure. You know, it's only visible to the higher tiers, so you can sub to one of the lower tiers. Let's duplicate this as well. And get rid of everything else. That's so weird. I weirdly like it though. Like, actually, I might be able to make the vocal work as well, like that. Just, you know, like taking like some pitch shifting and then using OTT to really beef it back up again. I mean, OTT on the vocal is not really going to matter much because it's not something that's like it doesn't have a clear sort of like sub bass, and it doesn't matter if the phase of the vocal is a little bit strange, you know, that's fine. It's the bass that I want to retain the phase of, so that's why I'm really careful when I use like multiband processing on bass lines, because that's where I really, you know, I need most control on the bass because that's how you get like that thing that sounds really nice. I mean, you could probably do it with OTT and stuff as well. There's plenty of people that make really nice tracks by just smacking OTT on everything. But, I mean, I like a bit more control. Let's see. I wanted to do something. I wanted to take a high pass after the OTT. Better? So, now the question is, can we turn this into... We need a delay on this. Grab this here. Wait, no, I can just do it on the track itself. I'm just gonna do it on here. Just duplicate this track. Yeah, I'm thinking of having a vocal indeed continuing into the next section. Either just a word down or this entire section that going down or goes down. So now we have 2 tracks, and I can just take a delay on that second track and just keep that fully wet. So we're not hearing the first sort of like pass of the delay, we're only hearing the wet signal. So now if I play these 2 together and set this to, let's say, 1/4, then we get this. See, it comes in after the vocal. So, let's see. Oh, that's the reverb, my bad. What? Interesting. Let's try just regular 1/2. Give it a bit of drive. Let's add a good amount of feedback. Yeah, that was my other idea as well. Taking just that section. But then it needs to be faster. You want it to go down, right? That's really cool, though. That's definitely nice. A little bit slower. I think 1/8 is a bit too fast. And 1/4 is too slow, so we need a dotted 8. That could work. I'm just getting a little bit annoyed with that feedback. That's the only annoying part of that. Could we? I wonder if we can create like... We have a pitch duck. But do we have a ghost duck? Come on, Valhalla. Add a ghost duck as well. What that does, it kind of ducks down the delay on the first sort of like delay pass, and then afterwards it gets louder. So that's really cool. If we take the pitch duck, for instance, you can hear that the first delay after when it comes in is not as loud as on the other modes. So wait. We have to bring up this as well. So now it comes in a little bit smoother. But there is no ghost duck mode. But we do have this one, so let's try pitch shifter instead. 0.5. We're gonna go down with half a semitone, so quarter tone. Every delay pass. I like the other one more, but that one doesn't have a duck mode, so that's kind of annoying, but we can fix it. We can do some volume automation. Ghost mode sounds absolutely insane. This is just a frequency shifter, by the way, so it's basically a delay with a frequency shifter on it. And this detune, what that does, it kind of detunes the left and right channel from each other, so it gives the left and right channel a slightly different amount of frequency shifting, so that way it also sort of like creates more stereo. And you can even automate this detune to go up, so that over time it gets more and more different between the left and right channel, so you get wider and wider sound, which is really cool. Oh, we got some noise coming up now. And it's just gonna keep going until we bring the feedback down, so let's I guess automate that feedback. So we're just gonna automate this to go down here so it stops. Now, to replicate that ducking effect, what we can do is just automate the volume here on the first part of the delay. So just do something like this. See, so it's a little bit quiet at the first part, and just comes in after that. Now, for the bass, let's see if we can come up with a nice bass pattern. So I think something really rhythmic could definitely work after that more sustained drop. Freeze this track, please. That's one way how to get rid of that delay, or that delay that just keeps going when we stop playing. Now, I do think this second half, we could also have some more melodic things coming back in. Probably parts that are also used in the intro, which we don't have yet. So the stuff that we can come up with here in this section is probably gonna be what's gonna happen in the intro as well, but then without the bass. So get rid of the sidechain for now. I want to hear just the bass line. Like that, and then have something in between there, so like a response bass. Holy shit, that delay sounds weird. Not sure if it has frozen correctly. Sounds a little strange. The hell is going on with that delay? What? That's strange. Unfreeze that. Go here. Don't want to get anything. Come on. Okay. It's completely quiet now. And now we freeze this. Yo. Freeze it. Do it again, please. Go here. Get quiet. Change something. Just gonna do that. Change this value with like 1 hertz or something. 115. Now we're gonna refreeze this. So it's gonna do it again. Okay. Now it should sound better. What the hell? I'm not sure why it's not freezing that correctly. That's weird. I'll figure out the vocal thing later. I'm just gonna mute the delay track for now. That's good too. Now we can at least figure out what this does. That's definitely nice. Dun 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 dun. We need another one. That's what we need. Bum 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 bum. Do we have sidechain already? Is that back on? No. Let's turn the sidechain back on. There's a little glitch happening at the end there. You hear that? That's the kick drum. Let's lay it in there. It's creating a little bit of a thing there. I'm going to change the drums a little bit in this section. So instead of having that kick drum right there, let's just put it on the beat. Dun 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 dun. Might not even have any other kicks here, just let the bass do the thing. That might be cool, because then we're actually going to hear the pitch envelope on the bass. Yeah, that might actually be nice. Yeah, that might actually be really cool. I like that pattern. Let's do that. Get rid of all of that. Let's just duplicate this 4 times. And then we can bring that vocal back every now and then as well. Okay, I like that. I like that. Let's see if we can maybe change this patch up just a little bit. Let's save before we do anything. So what is controlling the level and the noise? Yeah, okay, so I have that. Macro 1 is controlling that, and then this is sample level. Let's get rid of that. And let's get rid of this as well. Sample level, fill the cutoff, and modulation 7 amount. Yeah, sure, let's get rid of that as well. So the noise is not doing anything right now. And then we're going to use this LFO. Set this to envelope. And let's change this to tempo. Just do 1/8 maybe. Let's just leave it like that. A little bit like this. And then let's assign that to the level of the noise. So we get a bit of noise on the start of every one, instead of having this. Just gonna get a bit of noise there. It's pretty subtle in the mix though, but like without it. It's very subtle, but it does work. But we need a response to this as well. What can we do as a response? I hear, yeah, a Reese. Let's get rid of this one. We're not using it anyway. Right? Oh. Oh no, it wasn't doing anything. There's nothing on the track. I'm hearing some kind of a Reese maybe as an answer. I did not want to lust, that is some hell to know. What is that? Harmonic minor. That's what we are using. Let's see, where is that gonna come in? Obviously needs to be a monophonic patch. That's legato. One voice. Might even do it with the MPE pitch bends, to be honest. Yo. What the fuck was that? Give us modulation, come on. Why are you not doing... Oh, there we go. Let's grab a serum instead. Wait. I need a more... I think it needs to be more sustained though. Let's see. Get rid of this one. Just to that. And that's kind of like the pitch I want it to be, I think. But that needs a sub, of course. It needs an actual bass underneath it. That vocal is not really fitting there with that note, but... Yeah, sure. Probably I'm gonna just have that. So like that note cuts out there at the end. Yeah, that could be the pattern for that layer. Yeah, actually, I feel like it does need that sort of like extra note there. Maybe G sharp? Yeah, that's better. That fits with the vocal. Glitch. Save. We just need a good patch for it. We made a couple of patches not too long ago. Not sure if we have anything that fits here. Wait, I think we made a bunch of vital patches. Not sure if I saved them. I think I did. see what we have there. User. Oh yeah, we had a lot actually. That one is weird as hell. Like they're not playing a bass octave now either, but let's see. Do we have a Reese? Reese. Monophonic. Bit of a weird one, but might work. What is that one is doing? A sharp to C sharp. Let's see if we can so we could lay that on top of it. We just need to filter it so that it fits and that it doesn't clash. But holy shit, that CPU is dying. F's in the chat for my CPU, boys. Angles, of course. See if we can make this one work. Sounds a little bit weird. I think it needs to be way more detuned or like wide. Just like a nice wide detuned saw. Reese. But who knows, maybe this works. Let's it needs a bit of reverb though. It's super dry. Let's just take the reverb inside Vital. Let's do a little pre-low cut. Why is it in semitones? Go to hertz. Now it's clipping, but let's just take care of that the easy way. Let's do Now we're not clipping and it sounds louder too. Hey.
Hell to know.
It's getting a bit crazy on that one, but we are probably just gonna, you know what? I'll make it easy for myself. Let's just drop an EQ8 on that with a high pass. And just automate the on-off switch so that during this section, it's high pass. Sounds like shit. Let's make a better patch. Initialize. Like I'm saying, just some detune saws. Let's try out doing this one octave up. Oh yes. Gonna have to make it fit on that higher thing there. Probably gonna do a higher note as well. Let's bring the reverb in. Now, I'm definitely gonna need something like that, I think. Let's do this. Why isn't... Let's do that. Yeah, we're gonna do some other stuff here than that high pass, but... I'm tempted to put the entire vocal on this other track. See what it sounds like. Oh, not like that. Let's just do that. And let's take this and drop it here. See what we get.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me, set me free. Maybe I'm on a mission, gotta find a space. I've got the world to see. Live by only intuition, knows how to trace. I'm only counting on you. And if the sun goes down, and when the thunder up,
Riches that turn to dust, life without wonders. That is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches that turn to dust, life without wonders. That is some hell to know.
Yeah, we need something like this. This is going into the right direction. It's just not the right reach yet. It needs to be a lot bigger. What if we run that through the same processing chain as the 808? It's definitely bigger. We're missing some automation. Yeah, it was a really good CPU crunch. It's just it's the linear phase wave shaper. That's it. That's basically what's causing it. If we turn that off, like, it's still using a lot of CPU if we don't have this wave shaper on linear phase, but it sounds different too. We're We're still going above above 100, but you know, who cares? I like living on the edge. Try ring mod. Do kind of like that. Okay. Yo, Vic. The pitch down vocal makes me fucking laugh so much. We don't need a pitch bend right here. Or pitch down. Maybe a little bit, but... then we want a little bit more towards the end. Yeah, this is definitely not right yet, but we're getting somewhere. That pitch is definitely nice. I like what the pitch is doing of this. Maybe not the response, but the first section is really good. These two. This one could maybe change, and this last one as well. But I do like what that is doing. Crunch. So we have the bass here. Now, what happens if we do a little thingy on the top notes as well? So we have a G sharp hitting on the first one. So if we take a D sharp and just do a little thing like that, and then we go in here and we automate that, we can do something like this. And the reason I turn it into its own thing, so that I can change the pitches. Let's go harmonic series. Let's do gonna try something. We have, this is its own thing. So I'm going to, I want to assign an envelope like that to the level. So let's do this. Now that's gonna do this. That's just gonna do that. But then I guess we can use this one to control the range of that. So we get nothing. And then if we automate this up, we get... And then we need to take it off the level on this one. So do that. So we get that. We kind of get like a little extra pluck at the start. It could be cool. Holy shit. Oh, it's also the reverb tills though. Like that reverb rack that I have right here, it has 5 individual reverb chains that all have like a 30-second reverb in it. So that's also doing quite a bit. But hey, it's needed because it creates the nice sweeps.
Riches will turn to dust. I get that wonder that is compelled to know.
Yeah, see, I could definitely use that every now and then. So let's see, maybe on that last one, and then just copy that pattern. So that is doing it's starting on G sharp, and then it's doing an A sharp and C sharp, if I'm correct. Yeah. So what if we drop these on, let's just see, this would be our perfect fifth. So if those are going to be A sharp, then we get not a perfect fifth. Let's try diminished. And then the last one, C sharp, that could be perfect fifth. Or we could leave it on E, so it's a minor third. See what we get. And that last one is probably going to sound a little bit weird, but that might actually be cool. You don't even hear it that well with the Reese, but... That's going to be weird. That's a different pitch completely. I don't really mind it, to be honest. Yeah, it's having a hard time. You like really don't hear it because of that Reese. I don't think we need anything like that on this one. We're using it in the first half, so I guess this is fine. We don't need the noise to either because we have some noise in this one on the start of every note, so that's fine. So I'm hearing something like maybe on the first beat that sort of like ends after that read. So you get like dun 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 dun. So like a hit after it. Dun dun dun. There could definitely be something there. That Reese is too distorted there, but I'll figure that one out later.
I did not want to let you down too long.
Probably too low pitched. Yo. Let's bring them a bit closer together as well. Don't hear it. Needs to be louder. Already cranking the volume inside of Contact. Let's do that. Let's get rid of the long reverb. Let's try it an octave up. I actually like that quite a bit. Maybe do that at the end. So we get this. That could be nice in the intro. That could be really nice in the intro. Yeah, that could be cool. Holy shit. I haven't had this in a really long time. You know that? I guess that means we're on the right path with this tune. So, if we are gonna do that, let's try introducing that in the intro. Instead of this one, I'm just gonna put this one here so I'm not losing it. Let's try introducing this here. See what we get. Tune is so thick. Let's also do a little resample. Let's see what this looks like. And at the same time, have a little look.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby. I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space. I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition. No, it's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down.
I mean, it's not perfect there yet, but it's gonna sound really good.
Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Like without wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
It's having issues. I mean, we're loud enough. That's one thing that's for sure. It's really struggling. It's really struggling. Has it recorded it properly, though? It looks like it has just recorded it properly. Like this right here is just a high pass. So... Tune giving me a semi. Good. I mean, this looks pretty nicely, though, in the drop section, I have to say. Like, that's fat. That's juicy. Kick has a nice amount of space. There's a little bit of an issue here with the phase alignment between the transition from the kick, which ends right here, into the bass line. So there's a little bit of a phase misalignment there, but that can be fixed later when I'm actually doing the final mixdown. Just basically taking the kick drum and just I forgot which plugin it is. It's a phase shifting plugin, which basically just shifts the phase of any sound that you have, and you can basically just shift it into the perfect position. So that's going to be helpful for that. Sometimes just inverting the phase of the kick drum is all you need to do to make that fit well. But that's something that's pretty easy to fix. Snare drum. Yeah, that looks perfect. Like, this is the snare drum, which ends right about here. And then it just goes straight into the bass line. So it's perfect on the snare. Snare is literally in the right spot there. And we can also see, look at this. This is so good. Look at how that noise sort of like is on the inside of the waveform. See, this bass is really being pushed into a distortion, but the noise sits on the inside, so it's not going away if we pushed into the distortion. And it's also not clipped off, so it's not like a pure square either. It's like it stays nice and it keeps its harmonics there. It's not sort of like completely clipped off, which is perfect. That's what I'm going for. Because then you kind of lose a lot of that detail, especially in that higher sort of like upper lead layer in the bass. And we don't want to lose that, of course. So this looks great. This looks really good. Like if I'm pretty familiar with looking at waveforms from other people's tracks, like especially like, you know, tracks from people that I listen to a lot. Let's say Mephius or Chemo Crooked or I don't know, all those kind of people, right? Noisia, of course, and just analyzing their tracks and just looking at the waveforms, you can already see sort of like what your waveform has to look like, right? So you can kind of get, if you can get it to look like that, it's probably going to sound in a similar sort of like ballpark as well. Sometimes you can spot things in the waveform itself that are pretty difficult to maybe hear, but yeah, this looks good. Don't really see much issues there yet. Let's do my other thing. We're going to pitch it down 3 semitones, which is going to turn this into a breakbeat track. Let's have a little listen. This is also going to slow the track down, and then I most of the time hear a lot better the sort of like things in the drums that I might want to change, because drum bass is so fucking fast, right? Sometimes it gets a little bit hard to hear things, especially if your mix is pretty full, and just slowing your track down can really help. Plus, sometimes when you just pitch it down 3 semitones, you certainly start to think, maybe I should do a breakbeat VIP, you know? Seems like the sidechain on the snare is a bit long, judging from the waveform. I actually think it's pretty much on point. Here. This is the snare drum right here. This is the snare drum. There's a little bit of noise from the snare going up until here. But this part right here is already the first oscillation of the sub. So the sub pretty much comes in right here with the negative part and then the positive part. So it comes in pretty much in the perfect spot. The snare drum is really short as well, by the way. Look at this. It's not even a 16th note. So, oh wait, is this a snare? Yeah, it is a snare. So it's not even a 16th note, because this is also pitched down. This is slowed down. So that sidechain is already really short. But like the sidechain is still temporary. It's something that I'll definitely get back at when I do the final mixdown of this track. And I'll go, because now I'm just doing the sidechain on the full bass. Everything in this bass group is just getting sidechained away completely when the kick and snare hit. And a lot of times you don't need that. So when I have the track fully written, I'll come back to it and actually go and do the sidechains on the individual tracks instead of doing it on the full group, so that I can say like, okay, the 808 bass needs more sidechain on the kick drum than the upper lead layer, for instance, or the, I don't know, the sub bass of the bass needs more sidechain than the mid range, for instance, you know, and that's something I would come back at later. It's not something that's too important right now. Yeah, true. But that would, if we would do that now, like I can make this sidechain even shorter. Like if I do the sidechain on the snare drum like really short, so just like, I don't know, 2 milliseconds, 2.5 milliseconds, which is probably what the length of the fundamental is. It's not really going to be much longer than that. It's going to sound distorted. It's going to clash with the bass. See? It's gonna clash. So just to make sure that doesn't happen while I'm working on the track, just gonna have it at least long enough so that it ducks the bass away when the snare hits. So that we, at least during this process, don't have to worry about that, you know? That's just something that I can always advise you to do. It's just, you don't have to worry about getting working on your bass and heavily distorting it and then it clashing with the drums. So it's just going to save some time while you're producing. just remember to come back at it later. So let's see what this sounds like when we slow it down, so that I can hear if I might want to add some ghost hits in the drums every now and then. Like I said, sometimes I really get ideas as well for like doing a remix of a track on a lower pitch and slower tempo.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me.
That violin with that vocal is gonna be really cool in the intro. I'm just saying. The violin is a little bit weird right now because it's written to fit that thing in the drop. So I would probably have to do the modulation on that violin a little bit different in the intro, and probably in the intro it would be a lot more wet. So probably have a lot more space on it, like it's actually in a room. Whereas the one in the drop, I think, could sound a bit drier, so that it's not cluttering up the drop too much, because it's more that violin in the second half of the drop is going to be more like a layer on top of the bass, right? It's not really going to be like used as a violin. It's more like just adding sort of like a layer on top of the bass line. But the one in the intro is definitely going to be used then as like a violin. We're probably gonna process it so that it sounds more like a synth than an actual violin, but or maybe just leave it more like as a violin. I kind of like the sound of that, but I do like how that fits with the vocal. Now let's go back and let's see if we can spot some issues when it's slower.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind.
I already noticed an issue. Listen right here. We can see it as well, the waveform. See that click? That's in the vocal.
Tonight.
Right there. That's probably the spot where I'm cutting the vocal. Or I'm not. Well, then there's just that. Then it's actually a click that's just in this file. So where is it? It's after the second part, right? Or the first part?
When the sun goes down tonight.
After the first part. So that means right in this silence, there's actually a click. We don't see it, but it is there. I wasn't hearing that at first, but there should be a click somewhere here, which we can remove by just cutting the audio later. So that's one thing we need to do. Cutting the silence out of this vocal.
Thing on my mind.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby, I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space, I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition, no there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Riches they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
I mean, I don't hear much other issues when it's slower, so that's good. Yo, Olosha, welcome. You're coming into a cool little tune that we're working on. All may I say so myself. So definitely need to cut out the silence in the vocal because there's some clicks there that are with the OTT. The OTT is bringing those clicks up. So without the OTT, we don't hear them at all. We can just play this vocal and we're probably not going to hear any clicks.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover.
We hear a few of them, but with
when
the
the
OTT,
sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover.
There's like clicks at almost every end of the vocal, which just tells me that the person who made this sample pack didn't properly cut their vocals. Okay, Olosha, are you just joining in, or have you heard the regular pitch version already? Well, let's just play it one more time from the side. We're nearing the end of the stream, but we can still continue for maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. You heard half of the slow pitch, okay. Well, the intro is still gonna change.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby, I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space, I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition, no there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, if the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust, like without wanderlust. That is some hell to know. Oh, if the sun goes down, riches they'll turn to dust, life without wanderlust. That is some hell to know.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to do that violin thing here. That sounds really cool. I like that. Come on. It's its goddamn job, so it better do its thing. Let me freeze that one and that one. Those are the bass lines of the first section of the drop, so let me just freeze those. It's definitely struggling. It's definitely struggling. It's struggling big time. The drop is so awesome. How are you not releasing on Vision? Good question. It's one I guess I also don't have an answer to.
Burn to dust, I get that wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
I do like that vocal right now with it pitched down here. I really like that. And that fits really well. Yeah, that's the thing. Like in the last couple of weeks, the last few weeks when I had holiday from my work, I was basically streaming 3 times a week or something and working on tunes every single day. And it's just been like the last couple of weeks, I've just been feeling a lot more like I've been saying this in previous live streams a lot when people ask me about why I haven't released music in the last few years. It's simply because I knew what I wanted my music to sound like. I just wasn't able to make it the way I wanted it to sound. So in the last few months, I've been on this roll where I just feel like I'm getting really close now. And that's basically because in the last few years, I've just learned so much more than what I was capable of a couple of years ago. So I know that we're getting close. Sadly, I haven't been able to keep my promise, though. Like I said at the end of last year, which at the end of last year, it was a weird time as well. Like COVID was still in its full thing, but our government was saying like things are gonna get better soon, and it's looking good. It's looking good, which then didn't happen, and we just got another year of bullshit. So now it's actually all sort of like going better finally, and I feel that has had a lot to do with it as well. Like I just didn't like everything around me. There's just too much negative bullshit all everywhere, and I think that really affected my past year. And now I'm definitely feeling better. I'm feeling a lot better about the music as well. So yeah. I can tell you've been more confident in your sound. Yeah, I think that's also showing. It's showing in the streams as well, which is good. Like I might even be able to cut out that stabby bass there. Or maybe not. It's actually adding quite a bit. And I'm probably just going to release the upcoming music set myself. You know, I'm probably just going to release it myself through, I don't know yet. I have both a DistroKid and a CD Baby account, so I could use either of the two. I'm probably just going to do it myself. I mean, I have a platform which I can use to promote a release, so I have that little bit of advantage that a lot of people don't have, so I better use it, you know? That's the one thing that I think I can definitely tell people that are getting into music, like, try and build a social media presence, even if it's not on YouTube, if it's just on Twitter or Instagram or whatever. Make a place where you...
So happy to see you advance and sharing the experience over the years.
Thanks a lot for the $5 Olosha. Thanks a lot, man. Yeah, like I was saying, no, I can definitely advise anybody who's getting into music to just create an audience, not even music, anything art related. Try and create a social media presence. And around any sort of art, you can do that. If your art is good, then people are gonna like it. And even if it's not the best art out there, it's still like that is super like it really depends on the person. What is that called? Subjective, right? Like what is good is really subjective anyway. So it's gonna differ per person, and there's definitely going to be somebody out there who likes your stuff, right? So if you can create a social media presence around what you do, then as soon as you got some stuff that's actually going to be released and it's going to be able to purchase, then you have people to market that to. And that's going to really help, even if you're going to release on a label, because then you have a market to promote it to, which, like, maybe big labels will do promotion, but most smaller labels won't do shit. You know, they're just going to cash in on your release. That's basically it. So that's also why I say, like, these days, I don't think smaller labels are absolutely worth it. I think it's definitely not. Unless they have a name in whatever genre it is that they're releasing in. Try Symphonic for distribution also. Yeah, there's a couple of them. I also have an account at... I forgot their name. If I'm correct, they're a Dutch distributing company, and they don't just distribute anybody. You actually have to sign up and show basically your plan for what you are going to do with your music. The victory dance. I need a drink. Well, that should have been in the dishwasher, but whatever. Thanks for the €6.75, Krala. What was I talking about? I was talking about something. Help me out. I forgot my train of thought. Oh yeah, a distributor. I forgot the name. It's in my saved bookmarks, so I know how to find it. But it's a distribution company that they don't just release anybody's music. You have to sign up, and you have to then basically go into, I think it's a video call or something with them, or an email conversation or whatever it is, maybe a social media conversation, I don't know. And they will basically talk you through your plan for the music that you're going to release. So what they do is they basically have a more select group of artists that they release and that they promote, that they distribute, but they, by doing that, also have way more time for the individual artist. And the quality on their distribution platform is also very high compared to, for instance, DistroKid, which basically anybody with a DistroKid who signs up and pays some money can make a release, right? So they have a much more specific thing, and they have Break is doing the mastering as well for their distribution company. So that's pretty nice. I forgot their name. I don't think it was Symphonic. But I know that Break is doing the mastering for their distribution. So that's always nice to have. The drum and bass guy doing the mastering. But yeah, they have like this. Yeah, it's okay. So Symphonic does a similar thing. Okay, interesting. Like I like that kind of approach, because that means that the company is going to have more time for the people that they work with. Like DistroKid, they've grown so big, and there's so many people who have issues with DistroKid, which is not necessarily a good indicator of how well their platform works. When you search for like issues with distribution companies, like most of the issues you're going to find about are DistroKid or CD Baby, because those two are just super big in this distribution industry. So you're going to naturally find a lot more issues with it. But that also means that they have a lot more time to spend on fixing those issues with those people, right? So because they have such a big group of artists that they distribute, they're also going to have less time for all the artists individually. So I'm definitely looking into a couple of those more niche distributors as well. That might actually be a very smart choice to do. But yeah, last time I checked, they had like some verification process where you just you have to at least have some sort of a plan for how to market your music to somebody and to an audience. And like if you have a YouTube channel like I do, then that's probably reason enough to have them accept you. But if you just come in with like no presence whatsoever and you just have some music and you don't have a logo, you don't have a website, or like I don't have a website either. I have a temporary page that has been saying a new website coming soon for a couple of years now. But I have other stuff that I can show people, right? So my website is not really that important for me. But yeah, like build up a social media presence, and even if you just want to get onto a label, that is going to help so much. Because you're just going to be able to tell that label, right? Look, I already have this. I have like X amount of followers on SoundCloud. I have, I don't know, 4,000 followers on Instagram, something like that. And a label will much rather pick somebody like that than somebody who just sends some music and has no other sort of like audience behind them. Or maybe you do, but they're not actively following you because you don't have a social media presence, right? It's like, it's really going to help if you want to get onto a label to just have like a good plan, you know? Like, go to a label and say like, yo, I already have a logo, I already have this, I already have that, I already, you know, made some artwork for the release. They might not like the artwork, they might think they might be able to do something better, but hey, it still shows that you've put in a lot of work, and that really helps. That really, really helps. And one other thing when it comes to labels, I can't say this often enough. Don't just send your music just in the way that you prefer to send it. No, every label, check how they want their demos to be submitted. Because every label has their own preferred methods. Some might want you to send you the WAV file, like the actual WAV file. Others might want you a SoundCloud link. Some might actually want a SoundCloud link that is not public. Well, most of them do. And don't just send one email to like 15 labels at once. Send them individual emails. Make them personal so that you're actually specifically talking to them and not just some random, like some random template email that you send to all the 15 labels at once. No, just look up what do they want and how do they want things submitted. That's really going to help as well. First impressions matter a lot, and if you can make that first impression really good, then that's going to help so much getting onto a label, which is not really my goal right now, because I think I'm going to just self-release, at least for the upcoming first thing that I'm going to put out. Yeah, Symphonic had me remove some things from my artwork. Yeah, like that. That's nice. But at least it shows that you've put in a lot of work already. You've thought about the things, right? You've thought about these things and about the artwork, and that already shows that you, have a lot. I guess it shows passion for what you do, right? And not just for the music itself, not just for the music alone. It shows that you have passion for the entire product. And that's way more important or way more valuable to a distributor or a label, or even a promotional channel on YouTube that promotes music. Or if you want to have your music played on a radio show, if you send your album with nothing included, or you send your album with a full press kit that has everything included that they need to know about you, artwork, everything to make their social media promotional posts if they want to promote the radio show, anything like that. If you can deliver everything at once so that they don't have to ask you anything, that's worth a lot. Well, I have been thinking about that. If I'm going to distribute my own music, I have label accounts on these websites. So for CD Baby and DistroKid, I both have a label account. So I could actually start up a label. I could do that. And it's definitely something I've been thinking about. Not for now, not for like right now, but for like future things, especially. But I first need to establish my own music a little bit more right now. Get some more music done, release some stuff, which is probably also going to help sort of like get into that habit of releasing stuff and finishing stuff more quickly. And I need to improve on that for sure. But I first had to get the sound that I wanted, right? So that's been my main goal right now, just getting that sound down that I want, that I have in my head, that I know what I want, and get that down first. And then we can look at the further things later. But it's definitely something I've been thinking about, starting like a label and, start doing feedback sessions again, but maybe not on my YouTube channel because, the copyright stuff is just annoying. Although, one one upside of starting my own label would be that if I do feedback sessions on YouTube and people send in tracks that I then decide to release, I'm gonna be the one who decides about the copyright claim. So I can just say like, hey, don't claim that stream. So that would be a big plus, though. I could still do that. And we could do, and then we could actually do, like, I don't know, demo submission streams. And that would be cool, though. I would love to do it. But I definitely first have to establish myself with that a little bit more. You probably know what I'm talking about.
Life without wonders, that is some hell to know.
Cheers. Yeah, I'll definitely put my stuff up on Bandcamp as well then. That's definitely been something I've been thinking about as well. I have a Bandcamp account actually, but I never used it. But when I self-release stuff, I would definitely put it on Bandcamp too. You know, it's just, why not? You know, if you make sure that it's released through a distributor, so it's also filed for copyright and there's copyright, you know, on your music and YouTube knows about it, then even if people buy it on Bandcamp and decide to re-upload it somewhere, you're still gonna get your royalties. So it's like a no-brainer. It's just another platform where people can buy your music. So why not? You know, it will be stupid to not do it. Like, isn't there also these days labels that just release their releases on Bandcamp as well? I think there's actually smaller labels that do this now. I'm not sure if there's any bigger labels, but I know there's smaller labels that just have their releases basically released on all the big stores, Spotify, but also on Bandcamp. Because it's just basically another store. So why not?
Life without wonders, that is some hell to know.
Definitely, for now, I'm thinking about just trying to finish these tracks. I might even release this one as a single, to be quite honest. If I can finish this one and I'm happy with it, I might just release it as a single. But I'm also really looking forward to getting a track done and then releasing the stems for it so that you guys can do a remix. I would love to do that. Who knows, maybe even do a remix EP and release that as well. That would be sick. Yeah, I think this could be really fun with this Reese. Now, if we filter this Reese a bit more, we're also going to hear more of the violin. What if we do this? Get more of that kind of stuff. Let's just do that. Yeah, like I really want to do like a remix session as well. Like maybe even just have like on the Discord, maybe even a competition. I don't know. Maybe I'll like I have so many contacts with music production companies as well that I should be able to get some prizes together. Maybe do like a competition depending on how many people want to join in. And if not, then we'll just do like a regular just remix, whatever it is, remix EP thing. And I don't know, maybe it'll be a free EP, whatever. I could see how if I'm gonna actually sell that EP, it's gonna be a little bit complicated in getting all the royalties spread out to everybody. Which maybe if I think there's easy ways. Like if everybody signs up for the same distribution company that I use for that release, then I should be able to link everybody's account so that everybody gets the royalties from their track. But I would have to look into that and see how that works. I don't know. I haven't really used distribution companies yet, so I would have to look into how that works. But I think it's definitely possible. I'm thinking we should be adding like a ride or something in this second half of the drop. Let me save as well before we do anything. But yeah, just remixes in general, I think that would be great. I would love to hear remixes of a track of myself. That would be sick. Bandcamp is great if you have a fan base. Well, yeah, true, but that goes to show that's not just Bandcamp. That goes for any type of art that you make. Like, if you make art, then having an audience is basically going to help you with what you need. You know, without an audience, you're not going to be able to market what you make. So establishing that audience is really important. And whether you are a photographer, a graphic designer, or a music producer, it's just as important. So yeah, that's why I said that just a while ago. Just work on that, you know? Because you can start that right now. That's the one thing you have a lot of control over, is how much presence on social media you have. Like, if labels are going to accept you, yes or no, that's something you have less control over. You still have control over it, of course, by improving your skills, but you have less control over that than setting up a social media audience or some kind of audience in some kind of way. Be creative, you know? What do you think about Splice? I think Splice is great. It's just that for me, it's not really that, how do I say it? For me, it's not really that good because I just get a lot of sample packs sent to me by companies. When they like make a sample pack and release a sample pack, they'll send it to me. Like, I get so many emails that are just, I haven't even asked for, basically. I get emails from companies that just say like, yo, do you want to release a new plug, or do you want to review a new plugin, or do you want to check it out, or do you want to, hey, we released a new sample pack, here is it, you know, stuff like that. And that's just because I have that social media presence on YouTube, because I have this YouTube channel. So that's another thing, right? Because I have that, companies start interacting with me. Well, if I wouldn't have that, they would never do that. So, but if you don't have that, like if you are just a musician and you're just making music, you're not making videos about it or anything like that, then Splice is a great thing. It's such a good tool. It's such a good thing to not buy a full sample pack and get like 70% or 80 or 90% of shit samples that you'll never use. So it's a great way to spend your money in a bit more of a smart way, I guess. Well, I mean, it's all up to how you use it, I guess. But I think it's a great way to find samples. But yeah, like I said, for me, I would be paying, and then a lot of samples that are on Splice I might already have, basically. So it's not really that good for me to get, I would say. Nor do I really need it, you know, I have so much samples already, I have plenty of stuff. Where's the ride? That's the bell. No, it is a ride. See if we can. We can do that in another way. I kind of like this one. Sounds pretty good. Let's do a little soothe on that. Let's do, where is it? Soothe, oak sound, soothe. Yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming soon as well. It's getting late. Might stream again tomorrow. I'm feeling it, so might as well go again tomorrow. Because we really only need the noise in the background, so it just fills out the drop a bit. Okay, let's bounce that to audio. Because when I have it in audio, I can really easily just cut out where I don't want the ride to happen, so that we don't have to deal with the release either. You can just cut up the audio. A lot easier. So now we can just do this. Get that out of there. And remove this one here. The fade.
Riches they'll turn to dust, life without wonders, that is some hell to know.
I like that. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, this transition is really turning out nice. I do like the transition from the intro into the drop as well. Like, this transition is so good. Like, with that, the drums cutting out for the first, sort of like, what is that, first bar? First 2 bars. And then just the drums coming in, it's just so nice. Even though this build is not fully done yet, the end of the build is pretty much how it needs to be. The first part is not done yet, where that vocal sits, but just that transition is really good too. And then the transition into here is also really nice. So yeah, I'm definitely happy with how that is turning out.
Riches they'll turn to dust, life without wonders, that is some hell to know.
Okay, we're gonna make a little thingy here. Let's do vintage verb on the snare drum. And let's group that. And let's make another chain. That's gonna be our dry chain. And this is gonna be our wet chain. I'm gonna map the volume of the wet chain to a macro knob. And change that to be 0, so it goes up to 0. Let's change this. Oh, wait, let's just take one of these. Massive. That one. Now we can use this on the snare drum. So, let's see. So right here, let's try this out. Let's do one right here. Let's call this Reverb Sweep. Let's do one right here. That's really subtle. That's what it's doing. So now it's doing this. Just creating some extra noise sweep there, which is nice. Heck, we could even do it here. It just kind of bridges that little gap there. Glitch. Okay, so we have that, and then we also have this one. Let's try using that one right here. Then delete that. Oh, that's the same thing. We need a different part. It's really crapping out on that one part. Let's bring these back, maybe. See if that's gonna sound interesting. Maybe bring this one back as well. Holy shit. Come on, Ableton, you can do it. You can do it, Ableton. Please. Remove it completely. Probably gonna do a little low pass filtering towards the end here, then cut out most of the drums, probably here. Do maybe a drum fill, something in that section. Cool. That's gonna be it for tonight, boys and girls. Thanks for being here. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. It was a good stream. We actually made the second half. At least sort of like the sketch of it, which is good. That was the plan for today. So, damn it. That was nice though. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the donations. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow again. If I feel like it, I might stream again tomorrow. Like I said, I'm feeling this tune, so I might as well do that. I'm probably gonna work on it tomorrow. I have free from work till Sunday, so might do a couple of streams in the coming week. The vocals are nice, but maybe change the key as they drop. Well, we're already changing key on the vocals, because in the intro, the vocals are just a regular pitch.
When the sun goes down tonight.
And then in this section, it's more like...
Oh, when the sun...
in this section, it goes to that. So it's already changing. I do have to work on the vocals, though. The vocals sound way too rough for now. They need to properly be chopped up, because as you can hear, there's clicks in them. And I can remove those clicks really easily. All I have to do is just remove these parts right here. It's just that the person who made the sample pack didn't properly cut his vocals. That's basically it. He basically just cut them up and didn't fade them, which means he didn't hear the clicks because the clicks were really silent. But if we then start processing the vocals, the clicks start appearing. So now,
when the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing.
No clicks. So that's what we need to do, especially here. And this one, there's a little click at the start.
There'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discuss.
See, and that right here, that noise that can be cut out to clean everything up. So there's a lot of stuff to do like this, just cleaning things up.
On my mind. Want to discover.
Because that's going to really help a lot. It's cluttering up the mix. It's just clicks and noise that's not supposed to be there. And that's just going to make everything sound less clean. As opposed to how, you know, like how clean this even can sound, because it's super heavy. But then especially, you know, if you're making a really heavy track, you really want to pay close attention to little details like that, because you need all the space that you have in the mix anyway. So, like, if you make a track that's more minimalistic, you can probably get away with like some extra noise happening here and there, or like some extra reverb tills happening here and there. But when you're making a super heavy and or like a really, you know, like big sounding mix like this, you need to put in like that extra work to just take out anything that you really don't need, because that's extra space that you can use for the other sounds to make those come through more. So yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be done. But I'm getting really excited about this tune. So, Patreon link is already in the chat right now. Although I see that it hasn't sent it to Twitch for some reason. Not sure what's up with Twitch. If you want to join my Discord, by the way, I have a Discord community. You can join using the link that's in the chat right now. And for some reason, that does send it to Twitch. So if I do this... Yeah, okay, Patreon link should be in the Twitch chat right now as well. If you want to support in any other way, I also have sample packs and preset packs available on Black Octopus Sound. So you can find those using that link. You can also get some merchandise if you want. So a whole bunch of ways to help support the streams. I would love to see you guys in the Discord. If you aren't a member yet, then join. That would be great. I would love to see you there. That's also where you will be notified as soon as I go live on YouTube and Twitch. So I will send out a notification on the Discord. So that's how you can stay up to date with that. And I'll be there as well. So if you have any questions about music production when I'm not streaming, you can just mention me on Discord. Or if you have a track and you need some feedback, we have a feedback channel as well. So that's something you can do on Discord. Alex Gunner, thanks for the sub. I see that right there. Thanks. So that's going to be it for tonight. I'm going to play this while we end this stream, and I will hope to see you guys again soon. I'm going to work a lot on this tune in the upcoming days. I hope to get this tune done as soon as possible and start to get working on the final mix, and hopefully get this one out as soon as possible, because I'm really happy with how this starts to sound. Like, it's definitely not done yet. It's definitely still rough around the edges. It needs a good mix down, but it's getting pretty damn close to where I want it to be without even doing a proper mix. So that's really good. Thanks. I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.
When the sun goes down tonight, there'll be one thing on my mind. Want to discover a part of me. Set me free, baby, I'm on a mission. Gotta find my space, I've got the world to see. Led by only intuition, no there's not a trace. I'm only counting on me. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know. Oh, when the sun goes down, and when I come around, riches they'll turn to dust. Life without wanderlust, that is some hell to know.
We'll be right back.